Oh, I forgot. Up my camera cache. Up. Well, I'm trying a rewrite of Petit Bench into Rust from Python to Rust. I need to look at this. It's been working for 1 hour and 44 minutes. Then I remove the legacy Python project surface. UV lock are gone. The repo now builds and tests the remaining Python files. Hello Gonzalo, how are you? How are you, Gonzalo? Good? Yeah, I'm good. And you? I'm good. Cool. Hey, look. Do you know? Do you remember Petit Glyph, the project, the OSS project I published on Tuesday? You know that I showed you while I just published it. Look at those stars. There's 150 stars. Isn't that cool? You know, I just checked. Yesterday night it passed 100 stars. So that's pretty nice. You know, I'm pretty happy. I'm now officially an open source developer, you know? That's pretty nice. You know? The twerking Among Us was the correct hook, you know? To attract people. Conclusion, if you want GitHub stars, put twerking stuff, you know? Sex works. That's the conclusion, you know? You want to promote your GitHub open source project? Twerking. Yes, but butt cheeks in your face. That's the answer. That's how you know. That's how it works. That's how you attract people. Yes. Memes. Voilà. No issues yet. So I hope, you know, everybody who uses it, it works for them, I guess. No issues, no pull request. But how many forks? 9 forks. Mostly private forks. Yeah, no forks found. So it's all private forks. Interesting. You know, to watching. Yeah, I mean, look good. People are starring the GitHub and they don't have problems, I guess. So that's good, you know. Awesome, yeah, pretty cool. All my CIs are good. I mean, yeah, it's been hasn't changed since Tuesday. So yeah, and now I'm working on another project called Petit Bench, which is a custom benchmark suite, qualitative benchmark suite for LLMs, for LLM agents in the terminal. You know, I'm trying to do this right now. Petit Bench. And I coded it in Python. I mean, I coded it. The agents coded it in Python originally because I don't know. I don't know why I did in Python. It was because it was before I tried Rust. I wanted to try Rust. But now that I've tried Rust and that I have an entire pipeline for Rust now that I can just copy paste, I'm actually rewriting Petit Bench into from Python to Rust, and I'm trying that with Bench for LLMs. Yeah, it's what I want is I want to make so this tool Petit Bench is a tool that allows you to create your own benchmark to run LLMs on, basically. Because like there are public benchmarks, right? Like there is Terminal Bench, all these websites that show you all the bench stuff, artificial analysis, like they show you all these benches, like these. I'm talking about these, like Terminal Bench, GDPval, T2, nanana, AI Omniscience, whatever, Scicode, GPQA Diamond, very well known, right? Humanities X exam. So those are scientific benchmarks that are usually made by, academics or companies or software developers or whatever. Like professional. It's like professional. This is, I mean, either professional or scientific, I guess, usually. And it's just that I wanted to have a tool that allows me to create my own tasks to benchmark LLM models or agents, but on the tasks that I want, and also in a non-quantitative way, because like most of these exams, I think, usually they have a score, like a score output or whatever. So the model has to actually do stuff in a certain way or find an answer, or they have to like validate a bunch of check marks or whatever. But I think this is very, biased towards quantitative quantitative like statistics or whatever. And this is good for, I mean, this is good as a baseline, but I wanted to make a tool that allows me to benchmark the vibe of the model. Like, for example, with Petit Bench, you will be able to tell the LLMs, make a landing page, right? And these benchmarks cannot judge how well designed the landing page is for all these models, right? You have to actually run it yourself and look at the page to see how well designed it is and how the colors and the layout works, right? But you cannot actually like numerically benchmark this, And so I wanted a tool to do that, basically, to have like a bunch of tests, benchmark tasks that did not mostly rely on numeric analysis like those benchmark all do usually. I mean, they are useful because it's a very objective way to compare the models, right? But what I want from Petit Bench is that I want to be able to do my tasks and I can check the outputs. Like I can open the web page and see how it looks, how the menus are structured. Is it correct, for what I want? How the colors, how the style was made, stuff like this that are not benchable on these ones, and that's why usually the AI models still suck at web design and stuff like this, because it's just not very web design, like design is a very qualitative thing, and it takes a lot of humans to judge a qualitative thing on as many models like that, right? So I just want to have like to be able to, between the 2 3 models that I want to try, especially for the Chinese models where we are not very sure like how performant they are. Like flag if outputs are good or not on your tasks. No, exactly not flag anything. I don't want to flag anything. I just want to have like a tool where you can like add where you can add where you can add what's going on? Oh, my lamp. What's going on, lamp? What was I saying? I just want a tool where you can add your own tasks, like prompts. You just add a prompt and say like generate a landing page for XYZ or generate a game, like a Py game, a Python game or whatever, or generate a game engine in Rust, right? Or something. Like tasks that would be very hard for a numerical automated scoring point to actually judge. These kinds of tasks, you can actually create them in the tool, and you just say, run task this or run all tasks on candidate, GPT 5.5, candidate Cloud Opus, candidate DeepSeek V4 Pro, candidate Kimi K2 2.6, and then they run, and then you can look at the output in the workspace, right? In like a subfolder. You can look at the output and you can see, like, with your own human eyes, you can actually judge, like how DeepSeek works with like Rust game engine, or how how compared to Claude or compared to GPT, right? And you don't have to actually go into open code or whatever prompt and manually analyze, because like it's already set up, like like there is a an init command and it creates all the folders for you. It you have like a system prompt. I'm going to show you stuff like that. It's just like it's something that I want from to test my own vibe. Voila, like these commands. Bon, the UV run, not sure. I guess it's because now, yeah, it's the old code base. I mean, yeah, the new Rust rewrite has not been done yet on the remote. It's only on work trees right now. But like for example, voila, you can say like run petit bench run the task landing page. So the prompt of the landing page, create a startup landing page, for and make codex 5.4 high and Claude Sonnet 4.6 high. Run this, and you just write this command. You let them run, and when it's done, you can just you have like something to a command that automatically I have like scaffolding to automatically run the commands to start the web server, for example, so you can check quickly what GPT 5.4 high did, what Claude Sonnet, and you can do that quickly for all the models that you want. And so it's very simple, right? It's very simple, but I actually wanted a tool like this for the longest time. And because it's one thing to look at those benchmarks, and those benchmarks are useful, huh? But you never get from these benchmarks the actual feel, like the vibe, the vibe of the model that you get when you actually interact with it in real life, right? And so I want Petit Bench to be a tool that allows people to actually create the actual tasks that they are working on their everyday life, create like specific workspace or whatever, and make it a repeatable task, like for example, you can in the workspace of a given task, you can add an entire code base. That could be like a real one code base that you're working on and this is all private, huh? This is all local, right? And you can have the prompt of the task be fix this bug or whatever, like for example, if you encountered a very annoying bug that has not been solved by 5.5 high or something, 5.5x high, you're like, well, I would like to know when models are good enough to actually solve these kinds of bugs. You can create a task with the state of your code base when you ask this, and you can make the you can actually run this task on like 5 new models that came out last month or whatever, just so you can judge by your own workflows how good the new models are, not only on the public benchmarks that all these labs are training on anyway. I mean, are optimizing for, I guess. Maybe not, they're not training on the test, but they're optimizing for those tests, but maybe they are not as optimized for your specific tasks that you as a software developer in this area need, and so with PuttyBench you will be able to test all those models that you might want to use on your specific task. And it can be useful also to test, like, if a cheaper model, for example, might be enough for something that you do often, or for the kinds of bugs that you encounter often in your code base, right? Maybe you don't need an expensive one, so you can run like the cheap models on this task that you encounter, that you made into a PuttyBench task, and you can run all the cheap models and see which one solves it, for example, it can be useful to like optimize also, stuff like this. But you don't have a score of your judge. No, you don't have a score. That's the point. You could keep a score of your vibe judgments. I mean, yeah, yes. Okay, yeah. Yes, actually, I think in the maybe I deleted that, but yeah, I think in the first iteration of this tool, I had like note now or whatever section. Maybe I could do it again. It's just that it was not feeling right with the CLI workflow. It was not vibing with me. So I just deleted it. But yeah, I mean, you can always take notes on the on the runs that you inspect. Yeah, maybe on PuttyBench inspect I could actually, because there's PuttyBench inspect, I could have yeah, like a step where you can add the note, something, or maybe it opens a document where you can add the note for later. Yeah, it's possible. But I think the word compare fits better than benchmark. Mm, why is benchmark? Yeah, because the mark in benchmark is is saying is implicitly is implying like a number. Right, maybe. Is benchmark implying a number score? Yes. Mm-hmm. Benchmark. Measured result of a number score. Yeah. The benchmark does not always mean the number itself, but it strongly implies a standardized evaluation that usually output numbers: accuracy, latency, throughput, cost, FPS, win rate. Mm-hmm. The test. Benchmark, evaluation, benchmark suite. Benchmark result, benchmark table. Attends. I made a tool called Petit Bench that allows you to create custom tasks that you can benchmark, for the lack of a better word, LLM models on in a automatic way. But the point of Petit Bench is that because you are making the task yourself, you do not have to actually create a numerical, automatic, programmatic analysis of the output of the models. It's made for humans to judge, to go see the result and judge by themselves. Is with this context, is Petit Bench the correct name? How could I rename it? Would there be a better, because a better name? Because Petit Bench does not have a score. It's not made to calculate a score at the end, except maybe a vibe score that the human can give at the end, I guess. That would be a subjective score, but not an objective score. You know? Is Petit Bench the good name here? Petibbench. No. It's a detail. You should probably keep it as you like. Yeah, I mean, I don't care that much. Huh? What I mostly care is just that to ensure that I do not conflict with anybody. I will just keep the petit just because. Huh? But I just want a simple word. Petit eval, petit bench. Alors, bon, and it's a bench. It's a bench. It's a qualitative bench. Bon, it's not petit benchmark, right? It's a petit bench. And since petit means small, it's a small bench. It's your own. It's your own small bench. Yeah. Repeatable task can provide which usually some kind of score ranking metric. Your tool has 1 and 2, not necessarily 3. So the name is defensible when we create a Petit Bench. It produces an objective score. The better word is probably eval, not benchmark. In LM tooling, eval is broader. It can mean automated scoring, human review, rubric-based judgment, side-by-side comparison, vibe check. So your thing sounds more like a human in a loop and LLM eval tool. Yeah, rather than a benchmark tool. Keep Petit Bench if you like the name. I do like the name. It sounds good, and the tool still lets people compare models on repeatable custom tasks. Rename it if you want the name to immediately communicate subjective human judgment, not numeric score. Petit eval would be more semantically accurate. Yes, but it's uglier. That's the problem. Petit eval, petit eval, petit eval. That's disgusting. That's not very cool to say. Petit eval, no. Petit eval, no. That's disgusting. Disgusting. Downside, slightly less punchy than Petit Bench. Yes, even GPT get it. Petit Judge. Petit Judge. It's like it looks like it's a justice system thing. I don't like it. Feel more opinionated and memorable. Sounds a bit loud. The tool judges automatically. Yes, which is not what it does. Maybe I could add a feature to allow the LLM to judge. Yeah, but no, because that would defeat the entire purpose. Well, I guess well, for some things, I guess it could work. It's just that for everything that is aesthetic, you know, the LLMs are just very bad. Petit bench, it's good, yeah. Petit trials, good if the product is about running models. Petit test, yeah, but no, because it's not a testing suite. Petit arena, petit arena, petit arena, petit arena, petit arena. It's annoying that it doesn't start with a consonant. Petit arena, petit arena. Petit review would be better. Petit review. Mais petit review, bon. Petit rubric. Petit score. Names I would avoid. Petit metric, petit benchmark, petit rank. You like it. I do like petit bench. I do like petit bench. And it's just that in a way, the fact that there is no numeric score, because you know, like when you craft a benchmark, like you know, an automated objective numeric score benchmark, it's actually a software engineering job. You need to, you know, actually think about, you know, like where exactly you will give the points, you know, at each step of the implementation or whatever. And so if I want this to be a custom, you know, if I want people to be able to create their own tasks, their own benchmarks, I guess it's better not to have this, because like if people are skilled enough to create their own numeric benchmark scoring system inside each of their tasks, maybe they can just create a fucking benchmark themselves, you know. They don't need my little tool, because this is just a very light scaffold, you know. You know, it's like, because then you will put more engineering work into each task compared to what I put as work in the infrastructure. Looks like, look what I started today. I'm doomed. What? What did you do? What did you do yourself? Oh, oh yes, the puzzle, the puzzle. Oh yeah, the one that you talked about last time. Yes, yes, yes. And so it's you told us it's used puzzle, right? So you expect you hope all the pieces are in there, right? It would be sad that you finish and then you're like, fuck, there's two pieces missing. You know, you spent 12 hours assembling everything, and then there's like one piece missing. Great Wave of Kanagawa. Ah, yes, this one. Yes, 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 I know it. Yes, 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 yes. Very nice. Yeah, the tsunami, right? The very well-known tsunami stuff. Yes, this one. Yes, yes, yes. Very nice. Yeah, I didn't realize how much yellow there was in this image. You know, you always think about the blue, of course, you know, but actually, there's a lot of yellow. A pleasure to put the pieces in all of this area. This would be a pleasure, I'm sure. Yes. Not all pieces on the photo. Ah, okay. How many pieces in this puzzle? How many? Is it written somewhere? 50, 70 centimeter. Ah, okay, it's fairly small, right? It's not a big one, right? 1,000. Okay, yeah. I mean, it's enough, I guess. It's enough to keep you busy, right? For a while, for a few hours, for sure. a few tens of hours, I guess, maybe, probably. Yeah. Yeah. Big puzzles. I would be curious about how do they make them, like the algorithm that makes those shapes exactly. I mean, I guess you just have to, yeah, you don't even have to, yeah, you just have to make one cut and everything is fitting correctly, I guess. I mean, the funny thing is that theoretically, you don't even have to make the little, cutouts like to. It's just that they hold together this way, I guess. You know. But I'm wondering if there are like puzzles where there's just not even the little bumps, the little things to hold them together. If it's just like random cuts. I also saw online some people who like once they finish the puzzle, they glue it. I've never understood why you would do that. It's like as an achievement or something. But isn't the whole point of the puzzle to break it down again and do it again? For like when, I don't know, your grandchildren come, they can try it too. Why would you glue a puzzle? Or maybe if the puzzle is so hard that you will try it only once in your life. Okay, maybe you can glue it, I guess. It has some signs, the cuts. It has some signs, the cuts. I think I would frame it. Like, okay, and put hang on the wall. Okay, so you will do that. You will actually only do it once, right? And then frame it. Interesting. IKEA. Bit I can always redo it. But I can always redo it. Ah, yes, okay. Ah, yeah, you will not actually glue it, right? You will just put it flush, right, on the, like, yeah, in a photo frame or whatever, right? Like, just with the pressure of the, yeah. Just doing a already on the IKEA frame. Ah. Ah, yeah, it's the IKEA. Yeah, okay. Yeah. This is more. I can understand doing this. What I cannot understand is the people who actually glue it, like like forever. It's done. I think, oh, so sad. Because then if you have someone coming to your place and they like puzzles, you can just get it out of the frame and scramble it again, and up you will be able to do it again. You know. Very nice. They're talking about benchmarking. Oh yeah, did I decide what I would do with my name? I think I think Petit Bench will maybe one more list more like 30 possibilities. Be creative. Last last checks. Petit task, petit task, petit task, petit task. Petit lab, petit arena. I guess petit arena. Yeah, but petit arena, it doesn't sound well. Petit forge, petit gauntlet, petit probe, petit sandbox, petit harness. No, petit runner. Petit runner? Petit runner. Petit sweet. Petit runner. But no, but it's not a runner. I mean, it's kind of a runner. It's not an actual runner. Petit vibe, petit taste, petit feel, petit vibe, petit vibe, petit vibe, petit vibes, petit vibes, petit vibes would be better. Petit vibes. Because the goal of the benchmark is to actually get the feel of the qualitative outputs that you can check from the model, you know? So petit vibes would be actually correct, I guess. Petit taste, petit feel, petit sense, petit gouge, no. Petit read, petit lens, petit sift, petit pick, petit pick. Model room, prompt court, eval room, task arena, model trials, model gauntlet, LLM trials. Heavy eval, human eval kit, judge harness, petit court, petit coliseum. Wow. Petit oracle, petit mirror, petit scope, petit peak, petit grade, petit grade, petit grade would be a vibe. Pretty great because yeah, you can. It's just that I need to re-add this feature where at the end you can judge. It's just that yeah, I need to think. But once the Rust rewrite is done, I will be thinking about something more structured for the for the human qualitative evaluation. Petit mark, well, petit signal, petit compare, petit eval, petit judge, petit trials, petit. Petit vibes, petit vibes, petit vibes. It's just that it's a bit weird because vibe coding is not about testing models, it's about coding, right? You know. Petit, what is the other one? Petit grade. Petit grade. Petit grade. Yeah, I just like it less. Bon, but now that I think about it, the scoring, the like numeric scoring aspect. I mean, I guess it could be added as an option, you know, like as a plugin or something. Maybe not a plugin, but you know, as a feature that you have to activate yourself. It needs to be simple and minimalist, like this tool. But I think maybe. Hmm, or maybe I can let, like in the CLI definition, like in the CLI workflow, because this is not a TUI, this is just, you know, simple CLI prompt, like input prompts or whatever. When you enter the prompt, maybe you can just, like the CLI will ask you, do you want numerics, like do you want qualitative or numeric scoring? Qualitative, you will be asked to review at the end, I guess. Or there would be a line like, don't forget to add your grade in this folder or in this file, whatever. And then for the numeric scoring, maybe the person can actually because I'm wondering if I can go meta with this. Because this tool already knows how to run the agents, you know, like the agents that people use. Because like in the code, you know, like you can specify which agent, so you know which like CLI tool and which agent inside the CLI tool you can use. So you know you can use voilà, you can use Codex, Cloud Code, Open Code, Olama with the Open Code agent integration, and Gemini CLI right now. Well, I will probably add more, but for now those are like the main ones that people are using. Maybe Copilot also. I forgot. You know, so maybe to craft the numeric score in the task, maybe the CLI workflow can like say, okay, what is your task? What is the prompt of this task? Then they ask you, do you want qualitative or numeric? And then if it's numeric, it will ask you to like input as text everything that you want tracked about this specific task, you know? So you can say, I want the lines of code. I want the number of, I don't know, tests. I want to see if this test is validated or whatever. And then you need to define your scoring. And then maybe you can ask, maybe the CLI workflow of Petit Bench will actually ask you, okay, which model do you want to use to actually craft the scoring scaffold inside this task? You know? And then I guess I will have to have like a system prompt specifically for the numeric scoring that guides this agent that creates the numeric scoring infrastructure for this specific task, about how to do it in a standard way for the CLI workflow to parse things correctly, you know, after the fact. You know, so maybe you can use, so like not only you can test the models, the LLM models, but maybe you can even use a good model, I guess, you know, GPT 5.5 high or whatever, to create the evaluation scoring system inside a given task. And maybe the CLI workflow can ask you, okay, what, like, or maybe it can ask you, like, do you want to do it yourself? Or maybe you want one of these models, or, you know, like enter the models that you want. That would be cool. That would be kind of cool. It would be a bit meta, and it will be a bit, you know, it's not academically like, because it means that now people will be able to create numeric scoring stuff, numeric scoring benchmarks, without actually going through, you know, all the mental work. I mean, you know, but hey, this is what software engineering is about, is to make things more accessible, you know? Similarly to Petitglyph. Petitglyph makes creating you know, font-based animations in the terminal more accessible than before. So it's pretty cool. And so I guess maybe I could do that too, to allow more people to create their own numeric benchmarks if they want, right? Or qualitative benchmarks. Maybe this can be both. Could be cool. It's just that I need to think more about how because the numeric aspect can be tricky. But like I'm totally sure that 5.5 medium or high can easily create a scoring, like first a scoring standard for the entire app, for the Petit Bench, as a like system instruction, and can also create for each sub task. You know, like I'm sure Opus 4.8 or even Sonnet 4.6 or whatever, or GPT 5.5 can obviously create a numeric score scaffolding thing for a given task. That would be funny. That would be interesting. Now I'm interested, and now I could call it Petit Bench without even without even caring anymore, because there would be a possibility for having numeric scores in there. You know. Mm, yeah, interesting. I need to save this idea somewhere. Let me just add todo.md again. Create a feature for numeric scoring in the CLI workflow where at some point, I don't know. No, make sure, no, add options at the end of the CLI workflow for creating a given task for the user to either opt for qualitative grading that they will have to do to themselves at the end of the run for each model output results, either directly inside the CLI workflow or in a dedicated file that they will be able to open by pressing, I don't know, a key, a relevant key at the end of the workflow. Well, maybe not at the end, at some point in the workflow. Or, attends, for the user to either or opt for quantitative grading. Using Neovim makes you cooler. Thank you. Thank you. I still have to do this blog post. But Petit Bench is the one that I want out also soon. Yeah, but you know, I forgot all of my Neovim bindings, you know. How do I get to like beginning of the line? This, yeah, it's like hat, then dollar for the end. No, where is my dollar? Ah, voilà, here's my dollar. Voilà. Wow. S, it's for search. I know. Ah no, this is interrogation point. For searching. Yeah, this is dollar, hat. What is the one to get like even at 0? To get at the beginning of the line, even outside with blank space. Wait, how do you navigate words again? CW, no. W, fuck. Oh, I forgot everything. Oh no. W, B, BW, ah, voilà. BW. Voilà, BW, B, you go back to the first letter of the previous word. W, you go back to the first letter of the next word. And E is the end of the next word. Yes, voilà. Ah, voilà. WBE, that's the 3 ones that you need to correctly do stuff inside the line. But I forgot everything. I forgot everything. Everything is in there. Okay, so you see here, I could have just typed dollar, but I didn't because I'm not used to it, you know? Instead of doing, you know, I could have just done boom. But now I've done it. And then if I press A, I enter insert mode after, yes. And to get insert mode enter, I use I, yeah. And for O, it's next line. I remember the O. O, you get into next line. And then you the U to get back to cancel. Okay, opt for quantitative grading. And now that's the trick. Use opt for quantitative grading. But I will actually write it like this. But the trick here is that it's not actually programmatically planned in advance for this specific task. Hello Nat, how are you? How are you, Nat? Je m'appelle Nat. Hello Nat. How are you, Nat? Bonjour. Comment vas-tu, Nat? Ça va ou quoi? Ça va ou quoi, poto? Comment va-toi? Ça va bien, moi. Ça va, moi. Ça va, ça va. Ça va, ça va. Ça va, ça va. Ça va, ça va, ça va, ça va, ça va. You know? Ça va, ça va. Effective in advance for the specific task. No, the trick here is that it's not actually Nat, did you see? You didn't see. I'm gonna show you. Magnifique. Very nice. Nat, guess how many stars I have on Petit Glyph. I'm not showing you. Guess how many stars, how many GitHub stars I got from my project, you know? That I released on Tuesday. Guess. Say a number. I'm pretty happy about it. 30. No. More. 35 like our age. No. Okay, I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you. 50 like your real age? No. Even more. I have 155 stars. Look at this. Look at this number. That's crazy. You see? That's a lot, huh? Just in like 4 days. 4 days, 5 days. How many? Since Tuesday. We are Saturday. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, 4 days. That's so nice. Yeah, right. I didn't expect that many stars. You know, when yesterday it crossed 100, I was like, "What the fuck?" Because you know, like on Thursday it had third. No, I think on Thursday it had 20, 20 stars on Thursday when I looked at it, or maybe on Wednesday. I don't remember. And then I checked on like Thursday night, and it was like 60, and then Friday 80, and then it passed 100, and now it's 150. You know, it's crazy. You know why I got all those stars? Because I showed the twerking Amogus, of course. I showed the twerking Amogus, you know? The conclusion, I'm going to repeat what I said to Gonzalo already. The conclusion about this is that if you want to promote your open source project, sex is the answer. Okay? You need to have a lots of moving butts. You know? And that's the answer. Did you publish in some place? Yeah, I published. I published this project on Product Hunt, Hacker News, Reddit. I mean, you know, as a post, right? Twitter on my account. Yeah, that's the 4. Reddit, Twitter, Product Hunt, Hacker News. But Hacker News, it got none. I think most of it comes from Reddit, I guess, because on Reddit I got 100 votes. Oh, thank you. Stop using AI. Thank you. Stop using AI for the follow. I will not follow your pseudonym advice, but thank you for the follow anyway. You need to pay royalties to Yannick and me. Yes, you will receive the money very soon. Okay? You're welcome for this petit. Yeah, thank you very much. Royalties, money? Yes. Hi, Yannick. A long time we don't talk. Haha. Don't tell me what to do. Well, don't tell me what to do either. Stop using AI. What the hell? Isn't that ironic? That you are telling me what to do and you tell me after that I don't need to tell you what to do? This is gaslighting, you know? I think this is the very definition of gaslighting. I hope you are good. Stop using AI. Yes, it was so hard. I missed you. The joke was that you said my name. Oh, very nice. IT. IT. Wow, you're so smart, Petit. Yes, I'm extremely smart, you know. I'm so smart. I got the, you know. But you give the school. Thank you. Hey, you see, you also are extremely attracted by the twerking Amogus, right? Everyone wants a twerking Amogus in their terminal, I think, you know? Why wouldn't you want a twerking Amogus in the terminal? Right? Let me grab the Git link. I will give it a follow. Thank you very much. That's why I made. Not Chris Net and let me look at the and party. And party. What's happening there? Oh, very nice. Oh wow, extremely cool. This is also cool. Another twerking entity on the internet. This is extremely cool. Very nice of you to do this twerking ends like this. Very nice. Sometimes you just need some twerk. Exactly. That's what I tell myself every morning in the mirror, you know? I'm like, I just need some twerk sometimes. I sus. What? Check out that thorax. Yeah. I see that when it's actually twerking, it becomes a bit flowing, I guess, flowing downwards. It decomposes a little bit. It's a bit worrying to notice, but I guess look, there is I'm sure there is a place for that somewhere. Check out the thorax. I feel attracted. Very nice. Well, very good. Like butter. Yeah, it just melts. The thorax melts when the twerking is going on. This is very nice. Extremely cool. And what is on your real website, not Chris? You didn't expect me to do that? That's right. I'm going to discover your entire life now. A collection of ideas and experiments by Not Chris, Twitch Song Project. I welcome it. Very nice. Twitch Song Project. This is a list of songs I made for different streamers to improve my sampling skills. I will see the song lists. Oh, wow. Oh no, you have now your public email on the internet. How does it feel to have your public identity displayed online forever? Stop using AI. Or not Chris, as I've, gathered in my deep research here. Check it out. You see my website too petit. You have a new website? Wait, sorry. My mic is a bit too close. You have a new website, Matt? I remember the Neobrutalist web chat, youtube.com. Wow. This is your website, Nat? That's crazy. Yup. That's nice. That's fine. I'm already famous. You're already famous. But that's good for you. Very good for you. You are making lots of songs for people. Do I know one of? I guess those are streamers, right? Yeah, Songbird, Monkey, Little Me. I don't know any of them. I guess they are all Anglo-Saxons, right? Anglo-Americans, Anglo-British, whatever. In France and Europe, we call all you English-speaking people Anglo-Saxons because it's easier. I've heard that it's maybe you don't like it or something, but that's how we say, in France and Europe. But I guess it's all Anglosphere. And I weirdly enough, I don't watch a lot of English-speaking streamers. Most of the streamers I watch are actually French, usually. Except for the gay streamers. They're Americans. And for Sushi Dragon. Sushi Dragon is American or Canadian or something, I guess. Taco Bell. Let's see one song. Can I check a song? Very nice. Oh, wow. Very nice. Which one do you want me to check? Da Fool. Where is Da Fool? Da Fool. Welcome back. It's like Daft Punk. Reminds me of your gay song, Alex. What? I have a gay song? I didn't remember. Do I have a gay song? I don't remember what is my gay song. Yes! Yes! Yes, Later Bitches. Yes. Yes. Later Bitches. Yeah. Yeah, it does. Yeah. I see what you mean. This one is safe for work, not explicit. Yeah. The name of the song is Later Bitches, I think. Yeah. All songs that you sing are gay, Petit. Just think about it. Maybe. That's pretty cool. Very nice mouse noises. It's made for SFX from the game Phasmophobia. Ah, okay. Okay, I see. Interesting. Which is what they play most often. Oh. Very nice. A very nice song. You are very skilled. Stop using AI. Not Chris. Very cool. Also, I will say yes. Tell me. Justice is my biggest inspiration, and they are French. Ah, yes. Justice in French. He is French. I always forget that is French. I know that, but I'm not a huge music nerd, okay? So, but I know that Daft Punk are French. But Justice, I always forget that they are French. I have like one song of Justice in my playlist. I'm gonna show it to you now. If I find it, it's the one with the cross or whatever. Where is it? Where is it? It's the one with the cross. Justice. Voilà. Is it this one? This one. Stress by Justice. Pretty cool. I love it. I like it a lot. But it's a bit long to start. Voilà. The electro. I love these kinds of electro. This kind of electro, you know? It's very cool. They have more melodic ones. Yeah, I don't like this one. Check out Neverender. But it's. I think I like this one because I'm also a fan of Gesaffelstein, you know, and Gesaffelstein has this kinds of style, and so I kind of like this kind of style when sometimes I like the dark electro, you know, of Gesaffelstein. I guess this one is a bit similar. That's why I like it. It features Tame Tapala. Yours is better. They use the PGG synth from the 80s, has those real heavy bass synths. There's also this one that I like. You know? This one is also cool. Genesis. Ah, yeah, this is the opener, I think. Ah, of the album. Okay. Ah, yeah, it's all the same album. I'm not sure. The album after this one has a heavy space theme. Ah, really? Okay. Maybe I should look into their song. Are they still publishing some stuff? Oh, but yeah, they are. Hyperdrama. Oh yeah, I just noticed that all of their albums have the cross. Lol. I was not aware that all of their albums had the cross. Very nice. Yeah. Their best one electronic track for Never Render, I believe, in 2024. 2024. Yeah, Hyper Drama album. Never Render. I've never listened to this one actually. Ah. Oh, the thing on the synth on these slaps, it's a deserved win. Mm. Ah. Ah, yes, okay. Okay, I've already yeah. Ah, that's pretty cool. Maybe I should listen more to their music, you know? Because I think I like the vibe. I should try to listen to their songs. I think Tame Impala, the feature is from Australia. Yeah, man, this stuff is so good. Yeah, it's pretty good, huh? It's pretty cool. I'm gonna keep it in the background to see. Tame Impala is nice. Ah, you know also, Yannick? Tame Impala? What is Tame Impala? It's another group? It's an artist? I don't know, Never Render is in feat with Tame Impala. Ah, okay. Ah, yeah, feat Tame Impala. Hmm. Okay. It's just the one guy. Ah, okay. Ah, it's the guy that sings. Okay. I see. I see, I see, I see. His falsetto is next level. Ah, yeah, yeah, he has a very high pitched voice, right? Is that what the falsetto is? But no. Why? Okay. Hey, GPT 5.4 mini took an hour and 44 minutes to rewrite the entire code base. You know Kavinsky? I don't think I do. Let me check it up. Any Rex? Look it up. Oh yeah, Kavinsky. I just have one music from Kavinsky that I like. That is usually pretty well known. I think Night Call. It's the one music that I listen always from him. I just want to go back to Never Ender. Where is it? Voilà. I saw a bunch of records yesterday. It was sad, but it was cool. It was a cool record store. Ah, you sold a bunch of your records to a record store? Okay. You had too much records. Yeah, okay. When you say like records, is it like the old, like big formats of stuff, like the big vinyls or whatever? Okay, I just need Kimi to finish its goddamn work. And I need to check how much open code subscription I have left. Usage, go. Ooh, yeah, 54%. 54% for a full rewrite of like how many lines? 3,000 lines of code? Of Python code. So Rust, there's more. There's more code in Rust because it's a bit more beefy, $6 spent. It's pretty cool. Yeah, but bands I like who lean towards the indie genre usually print vinyl because it's cool. Yeah, I mean, I can understand. Vinyls are pretty cool. Vinyls are pretty cool. Some people prefer the alleged sound quality. Oh, really? Interesting. I had picked up a couple at shows. Okay. The sound quality of vinyls. I mean, I would expect the sound quality of vinyls to be lower, you know? Or even though lower, at least like um colored, like tainted or whatever by the material. And I guess it might give a tint or whatever to the sound, maybe. I'm wondering. I guess it'll be better because it's analog, but most vinyls nowadays are pressed with digital files. Okay. It's allegedly the best, but it all comes from the same digital master now. Okay. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Yeah, for sure. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. I mean, with music, people can sell whatever they want just by saying, "Oh yeah, the sound quality is good. You need to buy this cable because it's actually the same copper, the same metal, but it's just higher quality." So I can totally see that people buy it for the feel. Purist, yes. But at the same time, I can understand, how you do want sometimes to feel a premium sound quality, even though maybe it's not entirely real. But at least you feel like it. Because nowadays the technology has advanced so much that you can have a very good music quality without spending a lot. But some people just like to spend a lot, so the music companies will just sell it to them, even if it's actually not, objectively better. Subjectively, it feels better, so it will sell. It's like when the French wines are compared with the Californian wines in blind tests. Often, like, the Californian wines win over the prestigious French Bordeaux, whatever. But when they get the blindfold out, the judge will never accept this because otherwise they will, their life is ruined. You know? So I think it's okay. It's okay sometimes to accept, that not everything is really as people think it is. But, you know, let's all let's all try to be happy instead. 800 euro cable, 2 meter long, but no interference from Jupiter. Well, exactly, Hey, at least Jupiter is not going to mess with this one. Can use the only French I know. Je ne sais pas. Very nice. Hey, it's not written correctly, but I actually phonetically understand it. Je ne sais pas. Mais oui, je ne sais pas. I don't know. That's right. My wife, who's from Hungary, says Hungarian wine is better. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of wines out there that are better than the French, wines. But don't get me wrong, the good French wines are also very good, huh? I one time I actually my uncle made me taste, a very prestigious millésime from like a specific year from a very good Bordeaux, and it was indeed extremely good. And like the taste was changing as I was swallowing it and stuff. It was crazy, and I did see the differences, between like cheap wine and very expensive wine. But I guess, it's just that there are also very good wine that are not from France and not from Bordeaux and not from, the wine regions. But it's just that because the enologists, are used to, the fame and the prestige and whatever, they don't see it. It's the same way like when I saw this study, about Pepsi and Coke. I've said this 1,000 times already, but like when people test Pepsi and Coca-Cola, uh, you know, blindfolded or blinded in a blind test, they usually prefer Pepsi. But as soon as they see the logo Coca and Pepsi, they prefer Coca-Cola. you know, that's how it. Humans. That's how humans work. Why didn't you implement everything, my dear Kimi K? I'm testing the new model from Kimi K. Kimi K 2.7 code. I hope that maybe Kimi K 2.7 code can replace my former wife that left me, which was 5.3 codex, GPT 5.3 codex, that they deprecated in the codex CLI. I want it back, but it's not going to go back. So maybe 2.7 code, which is, I guess, specialized in code, like 5.3 codex was. Maybe it can be good. That's cool. I like Pepsi. Yeah, I mean, I don't like. I like both, or I don't care about both. Why is it yellow? Why is this message yellow in my window? It's from IRC. Really? Can type me. What? Me? Express an action in the third person. Oh. Ba 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 ba. Oh. Ah, yeah, it colors with the color of your name. Oh. I didn't know you could do that. It's like on Abo Hotel, back then. Or maybe on where was I doing this? On like Abo Hotel, Dofus, World of Warcraft. You can do that to roleplay. It's to make the furry roleplay. Well, exactly. So how dare you see me through? How dare you see through me like this, Yannick? But yeah, exactly. For the role play, not the furry role play. Okay, I was letting the other ones do the furries. I was doing the proud paladin role play. Oh yeah, I was a proud paladin. On World of Warcraft. I was like, yeah, I slayed this monster all by myself. Because I can fight, but I can also heal myself. Because I am paladin. That's right. I don't need a healer. Then people were like, ew, cringe. But I said, anyway. I made this for a streamer last week. I modeled and animated the hamburger. The hamburger? Hamburger. Wow. Wow. Very nice. Do you use the Adobe website like Mimo machin là, Mimo Dynamics or whatever. The Adobe website where you can like. And so what is the hamburger helper, please? Mixamo, voilà, Mixamo. Haha, I'm a bot. Why are you talking with me? XD I'm dead, loser. Wow. Nat, your cosplay is very good. Congrats. Life changing? What is life changing? The video. Ah, yeah, of course. The video is very life changing for sure. Oh no, that's your YouTube video. That's your YouTube channel. Wow. Very nice. It's like it makes me think about the. Do you know like the Eminem the Eminem where is it? The Eminem classic where is it? Attends, let me go back to my own. You will see. No, you will see my real notifications, my real recommended feed. No, where is it? Playlist. Where is it? It's in there. Don't worry about it. Okay. It makes me think about somewhere in there. Voila. Make me think about this. Voila. You did the same thing, but like for folk music. It's like folk Eminem compared to like the voila medieval Slim Shady. You know? You didn't make it to the chorus. Ah. What? Well, this is a bit different, huh? This one is fully. It's crazy that they redid the entire instrument, If you go back to mine, it's Taylor Swift. Ah. Ah. Ah, okay. Ah, because I don't listen to Taylor Swift, so I just thought it was like your own composition, you know, that you did on top of Eminem. Okay, okay. Hmm. Ah, okay. Hmm. Ah, okay. Thank you so much. Thank you for being a gift to the music industry. You have a good fan. Very nice. Very nice. Yeah, I just thought it was something like that, but no. Ah, attends, let me check if the work is done. It was thin. Hey, dude, you were in charge of implement everything. The mess. Do not stop until the fucking Rust rewrite instructions are fully complete and realized in full. Voilà. I don't know if they remade the instrument. I guess they just generated the sheet music and then put the instruments. Yes, you are right. I guess there are, you know, uh, music sheets of these songs out there, of course. You know, or just people have just recreated the stems or whatever, or the notes, or I don't know how you call that into Ableton lore vocabulary. I don't know how you say that, but I guess that's what they did, you know? Yeah. Now, while Kimi K2.7 code is working, I'm going to.
For a few minutes, I'll be back.
Sorry. Um. mm, 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 mm. Um. Who wants to? Someone wants to play a video game here? Maybe Nat, Yannick, Gonzalo. Who wants? Who? Because it's been a long time. I've played video game on stream. Yeah. Tell me if you want. Oh. It's very slow. Huh? How many percentage? 82. Ouais. Not me now, but thanks for the. I can watch you play. Okay. Nat is not there. Nat. Not Zouge. Le français. Is that there? Le français de Brazil. Hello, le français de Brazil has been asked to the counter, please. Where is le français de Brazil? Please. Is not there. What time is it? In Brazil. I mean, no, but it's the weekend, so he can't work. He's not working. I hope. I think. Oh, my open code limits actually work. Damn. 1864, 84, 18, 67, yeah. 84. It works. Kind of. Wait, what the fuck are you doing? Kimi? What the fuck are you doing? Oh. Oh my god. What the fuck? Ah. Mais I ask it to complete the implementation and he answers with, here is a structured gap report. I didn't ask for a fucking gap report, motherfucker. I asked for you to finish the damn work. Oh my god. What the fuck? What? This thing is dog shit. Oh, whoa. Alex, do you read my message about the 400 affected AUR packages? No. Where did you? Where did you see that? Where did you? Little bitches, I don't know. I heard today there are 400 infected packages in the AUR. Yes, I mean, I've also heard that. Maybe I should check which ones. But I haven't checked actually. Maybe I should check. AUR packages. AUR packages. Infected. Is there a list? Ah, we're just released. I found this script to check. It won't execute if I copy it. Ah, voilà. Hmm. Let me check real quick at a glance. Tiny move. There's no petit glyph, I hope. No. You imagine I got pawned like the first day of my release? That would have been sad and funny. But okay, no. Python. Lots of Python. Python 2. Vim. Vim Easy Motion. GitGar Easy Motion Intent Object. But I have not updated. Vim Solidity. Always the crypto stuff, of course. Vim Vital, Vocal Linux. Wayland Static, Whisper. Workbench, Xorg, Yarg. YY thing. Bon. I don't recognize anything that I have personally installed yet. Linux, CachyOS. Is the CachyOS inside the AUR? Okay. Ah yeah, because CachyOS is Arch based, so it uses the AUR, I guess. Keys cookbook. No. I guess I would just like ask Codex to check that automatically. I would just copy this long list, I think, and just ask Codex to check it. No, maybe this one. Codex B. Yes. I will ask 5.5 low. Check if my current installed AUR packages on this machine include one of these infected packages released recently. Then I paste and I let it do the work. None of the listed infected packages are currently installed. Very nice. There were no exact matches. Control T. Okay, good. Yeah, I mean, I don't have actually that many AUR packages installed. Yannick, did you have one? Did you have some? Were you impacted? I had one. Which one? Which one? RimWorld. RimWorld is in the AUR. RimWorld, but that's not the game. That's something else. RimWorld AUR. A sci-fi colony simulation game? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Is it for free on the AUR? Is RimWorld for free on the AUR? What the fuck? What? There's also the expansion packs. What the fuck? Oh no, custom commercial. Ah no, there is the. Okay, it's gate. Okay, no, there is still proprietary. You still need to buy it. Yeah, you still need to buy it, right? I mean, how do you buy when it's like this? Wondering. It was some weird library called libg data. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's totally the kind of thing that you can, yeah, not pay attention to, right? Like, yeah, libgib data. Pretty sure. Oh yeah, what about dependencies of my installed packages here that I have also installed here? Because 42 Lua packages seems low for a full machine. So on these 400, were they like actually updated, deleted? Because like, for example, last updated 2 days ago, like did someone, like, is this release of like 2 days ago still malicious? How does that work? It was deprecated and I had 0 dependencies on it. Okay. Interesting. Alors, Pacam include every install backup, so including your machine has none of the 42 foreign packages match your infected package lead. Low count is normal because most dependencies come from official Arch repositories. Okay. Okay, so I have nothing. I have nothing. Very good. Now I'm curious about how do you install RimWorld with Arch? FAQ. Guess you need to buy a license. Ah, yeah, like they ask you for a code and you need to paste the code. Like in the old days before Steam. Here you are? Arch? No. Linux? License? You have a license for that? You have a license for that game? But doesn't that make it super easy to crack? Well, I think yes. Yes. Probably. I mean, I think RimWorld is probably easily like crackable. I remember on another life, you know, maybe playing, you know, some versions of these games that were not entirely on Steam, you know. But I love this game, RimWorld. It's a good game. I wish it was more like, I wish the end game and the like tiling, like the interaction between the tiles were more like worked, because it's mostly good to play on like one map. As soon as you move, you know, as soon as you have like 2 colonies, then it starts to become annoying. I wish everything was more like, especially the map and like moving around. I wish it was better. But like the first to mid level, mid life, whatever. The first like 20 hours are very good. As much as you love the dwarf stuff, well, it turns out that actually RimWorld was made by guys who got inspired by Dwarf Fortress. They got inspired from Dwarf Fortress to make something that would be more accessible, you know, and that would actually be fun to play. And they succeeded in that, because indeed RimWorld is actually a real game with some real nice game, you know, like gameplay loops and an actually workable UI, you know, compared to the fucking dog shit pile of garbage that is Dwarf Fortress in terms of UX and UI and weird fucking choices that were made by the creator of this game that is just mentally deranged, you know? Like the guys who made RimWorld are actually not mentally deranged, and it shows because the game is actually nice to play, you know? Yeah. And that's why I love, so you know, like RimWorld did to Dwarf Fortress what I, you know, basically what I did, like I understood after playing Dwarf Fortress why they made RimWorld, because you know, by getting to know Dwarf Fortress, I realized that, oh yeah, okay, the guys of RimWorld actually first were fans of Dwarf Fortress, but they wanted to make a better game, which was actually not that hard, you know. And so that's what they did, and they succeeded in that. And now RimWorld is pretty famous in these kinds of genre of games, you know. Bon. Consist checklist to finish the rewrite. I cannot with this dumbass. I'm going to confront. I'm going to confront what next right? Fuck you. Huh? What do you want from me? What? Resume sessions. Ah voilà. Okay, it crashed. Wait. Wait, what? What the fuck? What the fuck? It didn't record everything that happened. Wait a minute. Wait, what? Wait a minute. Sessions. Test message. Me. Where are we in the Rust rewrite here? We're not at full parity. Oh my fucking god. I think this is just a stupid fucking model. It reminds me of 4.0, you know, like the kinds of stupid finish the implementation in full. I'm going to just get out of tokens. Ah no, the 5-hour window reset. I'm already 40% of my weekly usage. Oh, maybe open code is not that good. But at least for these kinds of models, they up. I mean, now it's like, yeah, I mean, we go back to like Sonnet 4, you know, where like they could do a few tasks, but they couldn't actually implement end to end on their own. And Kimi 2.7 is supposed to be fucking smart. Like it came out yesterday or 2 days ago. It's like it should be the finest Chinese LLM model out there. And yet it seems to be a bit dog shit. Ah, that's annoying. I think well, I will just let it finish this one. And then I would just ask, I think, 5.5. No, 5.4. Because input is cheaper. I will ask 5.4 medium to inspect both Rust rewrites and to check if they did a good job with it or not. That's crazy. Yeah. 2.7 code. I asked it to implement it in full and it just didn't. It finished by saying, oh yeah, here's the thing to do to finish it. Fuck you, that was your job. Come on. How much time? How much time it's going to take? Nat, are you there? Because bon, after 11 p.m., I guess I won't want to game anymore. Nat, are you there? Last call if you want to game. Otherwise, I'm just going to continue coding. Why am I so thirsty? I drank all my water. Just thirsty. Oh, new water. The guy has that I had the guy that I dated has like flu now and fever. But I don't feel that I got anything. It's just that my mouth is weirdly dry all the time or something. I got the gay virus, you know? Now I'm thirsty. I'm just thirsty all the time. Maybe it was just salty dinner. Maybe. What did I? But it's been like this for a few days. Like it's been like this for like 2 days, 3 days. Yeah, I feel like it's not like usual. You know, but the gay virus sounds a bit like AIDS. Yeah, but I know that I don't have any disease actually because I did a test last week. You know, so I know I'm good actually. So I know this is not that. I guess the most likely because I actually googled thick saliva symptoms or whatever, and one of the symptoms was AIDS. Yeah, but actually I just did a test recently. You know, so I'm good. So it's not that. I guess the most likely is that the guy I dated so got the flu, but because my immune system is extremely robust and strong, you know, I didn't get the flu. I just have all of my warrior white cells that are just fighting, you know, and crushing this flu like it's nothing. And it just happens to make my mouth a little drier or something. I think this is the most likely scenario. Yeah. Thick saliva. It's not thick saliva. It's just that I feel like I have to drink more, you know? My saliva is actually the same texture. I've tested, you know, I've checked. It's the same texture. It's just that I feel like drinking more. I feel like drinking more. Uh, I don't know why. Like for yeah, I don't know. The one thing that I changed compared to the previous weeks is that maybe I'm eating more cashew nuts than before. Because like in Lidl now, they have these big ass cashew bags that are very cheap. So I just buy them all the time. And now I eat cashews all the time when I'm, you know, when I'm a bit hungry. And it's very good because it cuts the hunger very quickly. So I just eat a little and then I don't want to eat anymore. So that's pretty cool. Maybe that's that. Maybe there's something in the cashews that makes me, I don't know. Maybe diabetes. Yeah, I've heard also diabetes. I mean, I know that when I'm older, I will have diabetes. Yes, because like my at least in my dad's family, everyone past 50 years old has diabetes. You know, so I think I will have diabetes, but I'm a bit too young, I guess. You know, I think when I'm past 40 years old, I will start to look into, I will start to check for diabetes, or 40, 45. You usually like people trigger diabetes in my family around like 55 years old, you know. My dad had a like a crisis or something when he was 55, 60 or something. Yeah. But you know, it's not the bad I mean, diabetes is bad, but you know, it's not like the worst one. It's the, you know, the one that people get when they get old, you know. It's the, you know, it's the typical diabetes. What is the type? I knew the types. Diabetes type 2, type 1. Voilà, type 2. Type 2 is the most common. Voilà, that's the one that my on my dad's side they have a lot of those of this. I mean, everyone has it basically. All of the adults past like 55 have the type 2 diabetes. The type 1 is the annoying one that you get when you are young. Yeah, ours is like this. You know, and it's not actually like full diabetes. It's just like, you know, the insulin. Like the only thing that we have to take care of is not to eat too much sugar, basically. To check the sugar levels. That's all. Like that's what my grandmother, my dad, my you know, aunt, whatever, they all check for this, you know, like they do the little finger stuff and they check their sugar levels every day or something, and they just need to make sure that it's not too high. Type 1 is autoimmune. Yes, type 1 is actually when your kidney is it your kidney? No, pancreas, which one is it? No, the kidney something. Autoimmune disease. Yeah, it's we have like a French streamer, a very famous French streamer in France that has the type 1 diabetes. So I know I've heard a lot about it through him. Uh, uh, voilà, the pancreas. Voilà, it's the pancreas that doesn't secrete insulin, basically. Voilà. For the autoimmune, the type 1 diabetes. Like your pancreas that should produce insulin doesn't. So, voilà, if you don't take insulin forever, you die. You know? Yeah, lifelong insulin injections with the rigorous lifestyles to stabilize blood sugar levels. Yeah, that's very annoying because like the type 1 diabetes people, they need to be careful about not having too high blood sugar, but also too low because they don't have because the insulin usually regulates that. So they need to do their own injection, and depending on the time of day, when they eat or whatever, they need to make sure, and so they can be both completely like fainting or whatever, or high sugar, and like it fucks in both directions. The type 2 diabetes, I mean, at least in my family, what I've seen is that mostly they care about if the sugar levels are too high, not too low, I think. And it's not because there is no insulin, it's because there's just less insulin. Voilà, the body's cell gradually become more resistant to insulin. Yeah. So there is still insulin being produced. It's just less. So yeah, overweight, yeah, the people in my family. uh Advancing age, yeah. Family history also. So yeah. Well, not equal when it comes to illness, and if this form of diabetes it no longer spares young people, treatment is therefore. Bon, at least on my mom's side, there is no diabetes history, I think. So maybe if I take more from my mom, maybe I will not have this type 2 diabetes, you know? Because I don't think my mom has. I mean, my mom, is very thin. She's aging well, and I don't think she has family history. So maybe if I got lucky, I won't have the type 2. Well, Kimmy, come here, Kimmy. What the fuck are you doing, Kimmy? You're still working, dumbass. Still working. How many? 24. These fucking Chinese models, huh? They're kind of dumb, huh? Every time I use one, I'm like, I'm not impressed, you know? Every time I use one, I'm like, ah, come on. Why are OpenAI and Anthropic so good at their goddamn benchmarks? How do they do that? I don't know. Because the Chinese, it's not like they're not hardworking, right? I'm sure they're hardworking. It's just that OpenAI and Anthropic, and Google also to an extent. Well, 3.1 Pro is okay. Soon, Giglyph will drop. Ah ouais, Shiglyph will drop. Yes. I mean, to be fair, Petit Glyph is open source, so they don't even need to, they can just use it directly. It's free to use, contrary to the OpenAI Anthropic models, who are not free to use. All the Chinese models are free to use. It's all MIT license, basically. That's pretty nice, from the Chinese. Bon, it kind of sucks that their models are not that good compared to the other ones. But we can't have everything. Oh la la. 49 past. And I had a thought this afternoon, you know, because I asked a lot of analysis to decide if I'm going to, like, if I was going to rewrite my Python code base into Rust. And even though the LLMs mostly said keep it in Python because, you know, um, it will not gain so much performance or whatever. Bon. But actually, first of all, it's not hurting the performance to go to Rust, of course. And it also makes the shipping easier because, like, shipping binaries with Python is like a bit of an annoyance. And Python is just good for like local deving internal tools or whatever. It's not actually that well made to ship to other stuff. You know, like with Rust, you can just compile with a target and boom, it works. With Python, you have to decide, do you want to make a binary, but then it will be a different for each OS. Whereas for Rust, it's one different per not per OS, but per machine, per CPU type. So you have one for the ARM based, for the Intel Max, for the Apple Silicon, but you don't have like to check for each OS. So this is a bit better, I guess. And also the fact that the binaries just works everywhere. And yeah, and I had this thought like this afternoon. I was like, but in the end, everything everything will get rewritten in Rust at some point, you know? Because Rust is the fastest, safest, you know, memory safest language out there. So everything will get rewritten in Rust at some point. Especially a Python code base that has no of the, I mean, it has the memory safety because Python is an interpreted language with a garbage collector and stuff like that. But in terms of like, you know, performance, of course. And also one additional like benefit to actually have a Rust implementation with an LLM agent, an AI agent writing the code, is that because Rust, especially the Rust compiler, has way more stricter rules when it comes to formatting and linting almost. It's almost like yeah, it's a well, I maybe I should learn more about Rust, but for the few things that I looked up compared to Python, there you know there's a lot of stuff that the Rust compiler will not let you do just because it's a coding smell or it's a bad practice or whatever. Whereas of course on Python, since you know fast iteration is key, is the important thing. They will let you know Python will let pass a lot of stuff. And so I think that for an LLM to write some code and write tests and you know check that everything works correctly and everything compiles and whatever, Rust is actually better because Rust has more guardrails into built into it compared to Python or JavaScript. And so when you ask an AI model to write a Rust code base, there is less chance that some weird ass thing will happen inside this Rust code base because Rust by nature has all these native guardrails into it that are like baked in, you know? So yeah, like the more I think about it, and that's why I tweeted about it. I said to myself, since almost everything will eventually be rewritten in Rust, Python tools, JavaScript tools, Bun, UV, former, like it's a Python tool rewritten in Rust. Bun is JavaScript runtime rewritten in Rust. I mean, no, actually, it was, first of all, it was rewritten in Zig. But then recently, the Bun maintainers actually rewrote the entire code base in Rust. For what reason? Because Rust has more guardrails. And so because now Bun is part of Anthropic, they have access to unlimited tokens. And it turns out that when you code in Rust, the LLMs can do less mistakes. They can do a, how do you say that? Wait. They can only do like, wait, what am I trying to say? In Rust, the LLM models can only do, so many mistakes because Rust has more guardrails compared to Zig, which is like a new, a newer cross-compatible version of C. But it doesn't have all the memory, safety, and code smell guardrails that Rust has. And for humans to code in Rust, it's very annoying because you always encounter all of those walls that hit you in the nose, like boom, you always bump into the Rust compiler all the time when you are manually coding in Rust. And that can be annoying, and that obviously can slow you down. But the LLMs, when they do it, first they iterate quickly, and usually they just know all the patterns, especially the best model. They just know the best patterns that Rust will need, to compile correctly. And so it's better. And so, and even to an extent, I guess, if you want to use a weak model, Rust will always be better to implement like a given app, because the weak model will bump itself on the Rust compiler like the humans do. Whereas if you try to use this weak model to implement the same app in Python or in JavaScript, it will be less, there will be less bumps, and so there can be more weird stuff going on, And so the more I think about it, the more I'm like, yeah, actually, I mean, now that AI coding is the new paradigm for all software engineers, for all developers to be productive, Rust is actually probably the best language to write something that can be written in Rust, like for anything that is not actually captive from a JavaScript runtime, like the browser, or from a very specific set of like Python, CUDA libraries or whatever, like PyTorch or something. But okay, if you need to use PyTorch, you need to use Python, but I mean, even though, to be fair, even nowadays the Python libraries can use Rust, because that's what UV does. UV uses Rust to install packages, Python packages. Yeah, so the more I think about it, the more I'm like, if you can code something in Rust, you must. Because Rust is probably the best language for an AI model, an AI agent to code a code base in. And it's the most performant across the board. And it will make you less bugs because the compiler is so, all these guardrails will actually make your app more stable. So that's why I have concluded that since almost everything will eventually be rewritten in Rust, your duty is just to code everything in Rust from the beginning to save time, energy, and tokens for your future self and humanity at large. Well, that's my opinion on Rust. So now I'm becoming a Rust enthusiast now. even though I still don't know how to code in Rust manually. I just use the AI, but the Rust code, the AI Rust coding is so nice. Like, it's actually probably the best. And it's funny because it's exactly the one thing that humans hate about Rust, which is that the compiler will make your life miserable. Every time you try to write a line of code, the Rust compiler tells you like 3 warnings, right? So, but the specific thing that annoys the humans a lot is actually the one thing that makes it very good for AI agents to code a code base in. Because now because the more warnings and walls they take in their face, the LLMs, the better the code base at the end is. So that's great. So now I think everything that should not be that like cannot physically be rewritten, written in. No, wait, what? I'm tired. Everything that can be written in Rust now will be written in Rust in my life. I need to try to write to code a backend in Rust. Because now I use FastAPI for my backend. Maybe I should try to like one of the Rust backend servers. Like, is there a Rust base? Like, wait a minute. What is Caddy servers coded in? No, Caddy is written in Go. Caddy is written in Go. But Caddy is good, I think. I mean, I've never had one problem with Caddy. It's like Rule 34, If it exists, there will be Rust on it of it. Yes, exactly. Exactly. But at the same time, I think that this is totally fair, Why would you not, like, now, especially now that Rust is becoming, is inserting itself into even the biggest code bases like Linux, all kinds of important libraries. Now they all get rewritten in Rust because, yeah, with Rust, you get the performance and the safety, the memory safety. It's just that before the AI age, this came at a cost of human development time because it was longer to code manually in Rust than in Python, right? But now with the AI, this cost has disappeared. Because like you don't care if like GPT 5.5 takes 25 or 20 seconds to write a Python or Rust file. You don't give a shit, but that's the difference now. But Rust comes with so much more safety and so much more performance. Yeah, why wouldn't you want to write everything in Rust now, Caddy. I think Caddy is written in Go. I guess they don't say that here. Ah, website. I know. Caddy server. They don't have an open source. Caddy server. Rustation, RustG. Yes. Yes. RustG. RustG. Oh, is it RustG? RustG. Ah, voilà. Yeah, so it's written in Go. Go to me also not relevant anymore. I mean, Go is like Python. To me, Go is like a Python plus. It's like, because Go is easy for humans to write. Can you see Rust J? Yes, I see it. Yeah, I see the crab. I see the Pepe crab. Yes, the rotation. Go is also to me like Python for like systems programming, because like before the AI coding age, people could argue, oh yeah, I do my apps and my stuff in Python because I can actually, it's easier, it's faster for me to code, and it's easier, and I can ship faster, right? And the same argument was used a lot for Go, given that Go is even a bit more performant than Python, but it's still pretty easy compared to like C++ or even Rust. But now that the LLMs are coding, and it's not the humans mostly that are coding, you don't care. We don't care anymore that Go is also very easy to code in manually, because nobody codes manually. I mean, at least people will code manually less and less, and we are in the age where most of the outputted code will be AI code, and the software engineer will just check what happened. Well, I guess Go manages concurrency good also, but Rust does that too. And now that AI can write in Rust as well as in Go, well, why wouldn't you write it in Rust then, other than your petty little egotic bias? That's right. Hmm? Cut your ponytail, Ronald. Get to the gym, lose some fat again. You need to get rid of Go and go to Rust, okay? You need to embrace the programming sucks now. And the furry fursuits. And the cat ears. That's right. It's time to rust. It's time for you to rust. Rust Web Framework. Ah, very nice. Yes, because I actually searched that a long time ago, like last year. I searched like, what are the, and there are some Rust web frameworks for front end and back end. Well, the front end, I'm not going to I'm not going to try the front ends because it's all WASM. Even though maybe I should. Is WASM ready? Is WASM ready already? Is ready already? Is WASM ready? Is the Rust WASM frameworks ready already? Oh, you imagine? Then you can write everything in Rust, web or not web. Oh. That would be cray. That would be to be cray. Oh my god. You write the front end in Rust? Oh. You imagine like the if people start to do that, like if new generations of developers only write their front end in Rust, it will be like the moon crashing on Earth, like for the web dev ecosystem. How will people be able to deal with this? I don't know. What is the most downloaded? It's actually Igui. I mean, people write it in C++. I mean, yeah, true, because WASM also, is available in C++ for sure. But it's just that last time I checked, I guess it was 2 years ago, 1 year or 2 years ago, 1 year and a half ago. Last time I checked, people said that WASM was not actually fully feature complete or whatever. Even though I do remember that even last time that I checked, they did say that the Rust WASM frameworks were the most advanced already in features and stuff. And they had the biggest community. Yeah, 36K star. Dioxus Igui Iced Virtual DOM. Ah, Virtual DOM like React. Maybe I don't like this one. Because in Svelte, we don't have a virtual DOM, you know? And I'm a Svelter now. So maybe I don't like the virtual DOM. Rendering HTML canvas. Architecture React AmGUI TFRP. Nothing is based on Svelte. What is the DOM? The DOM is the DOM is actually the space on which you create stuff on a web page is called the DOM. It's called the Document Object Model, I think. So you know this page is a DOM. It's basically like, I don't know how to define it. The DOM, the DOM. It's not like the gaze, okay? It's not the same DOM. No, 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 no. It's different. It's like a dummy mummy. Exactly. Yes. That's roughly what it is. The DOM is just like a dummy mummy. Yes. That's a good way to put it. No, the DOM is. How can I explain it? God damn it! It's just like what it. When you like, I'm just going to say a sentence. When you move like a UI element from one place to another place, you move this element in the DOM. Like it's at one place in the DOM and you move it to another place in the DOM. It's basically like it's the web page, you know, like the web page is organized in a DOM, and the DOM is the name of the overarching concept on which everything is in a web page, you know? Like a canvas. Yeah, but I don't like to use canvas because in HTML a canvas is something specific. In web dev a canvas is actually like a thing, you know? So yes, it's like the canvas of the web page, but not the HTML canvas, the general philosophy canvas. I'm talking here, you know? Yeah. Arching? No. It's the elements. Voilà. Yeah, all of the elements on a web page belong to the DOM. That's as simple as that, you know? The web page, but in an architecturally way, is called the DOM, Document Object Model. You know, and the Document Object Model, this document is the web page, you know? That's it. You know, the same way on a desktop machine, on a PC, the base layer of the PC is the OS, right? Well, same here, the base layer of a browser, of a web page, is the DOM. Outdated front-end frameworks. Architecture. Server frameworks. Voilà, that's what I remember. Just the server frameworks, high level. Actix Web, that's what I remember. Rocket, I don't remember this one. Which one do I remember? Actix Web, I remember this one. Powerful, pragmatic, and extremely fast web framework for Rust. You know? And back then, I remember, because of course, when you compare the request per seconds on like a backend server like Actix Web and a backend server like in Python, like FastAPI, you know, like the numbers are crazy. The different, like, I think on an average like vCPU, on a typical vCPU, you know, like standard vCPU on the server or whatever on the cloud, FastAPI can handle at maximum 60,000 requests per second or something, which is a crazy amount already. Like most servers on Earth do not have to handle this many requests, right? So, of course, me with my little apps, that's why I told myself, okay, I'm good. It's only like if you become one of the biggest companies on Earth that you have to deal with that many requests continuously. But Actix Web, just for the performance sake, on the same standard vCPU, can handle, I think I remember, like basically 10 times more. So instead of 60,000 per second, they can handle like 500,000 requests per second, compared to FastAPI. So yeah, like it's not useful. It will probably not be useful to most people out there, right? Like most people can just use FastAPI and it's good enough. But now that the LLM models can code it in the same amount of time and with the same cost in tokens, roughly, why not have the 500,000 backend backend server instead of the 60,000 one? And you have memory like guaranteed memory safety in addition, which, because of course a backend server, especially one that runs continuously, most backend servers of course make sure that this is not an issue, because of course when something runs 24/7, memory leaks can be a big problem, and most backend servers take care of that anyway. But Rust in this context is particularly relevant when it comes to its native guardrails. Axum, I remember also Axum. Type safe, extensible, feature rich, blazingly fast. Axum HTTP writing request and linear before Rust. Breaking changes. Towards Axum, the main branch. It's not yet at the 1.0 stage. Is Actix Web at the 1.0? Oh yeah, it's V3 already. Okay. The one thing I would like is just, and that's the one thing that FastAPI has that is so nice, is a good documentation. But even though that's the thing now with the AI of today, even if there is bad documentation, you can just go tell your AI to look at the actual code base and search the code base, and this will give you your documentation info, which was something I was not ready to do when I started looking at Flask and stuff like that. And the LLM models were too dumb to do that anyway. And I switched to FastAPI because the documentation of FastAPI is so nice. It's so clear. They explain to you everything progressively. They tell you how to do everything. This is so nice. Since I've read the docs of FastAPI, I realized, and especially compared to like Flask docs as a beginner, I realize how important docs are, like especially step-by-step didactical docs. That's what I've tried to do in my own repo in Petitglyph also. That's why I did a video tutorial and also like a step-by-step. Dominator is outdated. Yes. That's one you wanted to use, Yannick? Dominator. Rust Dominator. Zero cost, ultra high performance declarative DOM library using FRP signals for Rust. Overview. And you see, well, is there a doc? Maybe there's a doc because, well, maybe there is a doc website. No, I don't understand how people like expect other people. I mean, this is just me, but how do you want to get into this tool, using this tool with these docs here? Like, how? Do I just look at the source code? Okay, but that's a bit annoying, right? Like, you could just help me a bit, no? No, they just do that. Oh yeah, it's a cool tool, sir. Bye, use it. Bye. And there's no docs website, like I can understand if people have a small readme like this, if there's no docs, if there is a docs website that has all the docs. But come on. Docs are so important. But I guess for the nerds that are, deep into the nerdiness, they probably think that docs are for, the normies. And the real nerds like them will just go straight into the code base, And in a way, they're not wrong. It's just that, well, the world is not only made of nerds. You also have to be nice, sometimes. You ask in the Discord. Yes, that's right. That's right. Discord server. Feel free to ask. Voilà. Instead of having a nice doc, you need to go into the Discord server and ask the maintainers, the creator, how to do some basic stuff. Come on. That's not very nice, for the humans. Dude, how do I use your stuff? Yeah, exactly. Come on, like dated. Activity hyper. Low level frameworks. Now this is even more active. Actix HTTP hyper. Why would you want a low level server? I guess you want a low level server if you really want to optimize things. Like if you are like, I guess, a, quant trading hedge fund or whatever, a quantitative hedge fund that wants to optimize every nanosecond spent on the computer, to front run all the normies that have the audacity to think that they can make money by buying on the SpaceX IPO. These kinds of people. These kinds of hedge fund people that want to fuck you in the ass. The second you spend $5 in the stock market, these guys will use this Actix HTTP to send the requests, and everything will be like optimized. Hyper. What do you think? How many people have joined this Discord? I don't know. Well, there is 1,000 stars. So I guess there's at least like 100 people. Did you click? I'm wondering. Now I'm wondering. Oh, 200. 200. Yeah. I mean, that's what I would expect. Yeah. 28 are online. Oh, more than I thought. Yeah. Yeah, 200. 200, 1,000 stars, 200. 200 members. Client framework. To build web clients with Rust, you can choose between these libraries. What do they mean by web clients? Web clients? Is it like integrated into like a mobile app or templating? Ah, Mini Ninja. Huh? Okay. Outdated WebSocket libraries. Outdated WebSocket. Actix Web 25K. I'm wondering. Fast API. It's on GitHub, right? Yes. How many? 99K. Yeah. I mean, it's bigger, yeah. It's bigger, it's bigger. Oh, they put emojis on their commits. Wow. They put emojis on their commits. See you next stream. Oh, stay goodbye. Okay, see you, Gonzalo. See you. Oh, Fast API Cloud. Oh. I joined the wait list. Oh. I would join. I would join actually. Oh. I need to dox myself. I won't do it. Hello, Fox on Main. How are you? How are you, Fox on Main? Warp. Poor Warp. They're putting so much ads everywhere, and yes, and yet open code mocks them like a crazy. Poor Warp. I'm gonna click on you, Warp. Just in case you're good. $20. What are the models? You don't say any models. Warp agent. Warp. I'm wondering, what is Warp built in? Rust. Haha. Rust. Do they have Warp? Warp is open source. No way. They do so much ads. I was convinced they were like proprietary. They're open source. What the fuck? Warp is open source. Oh my god. What the fuck? Damn. And so Warp is written in Rust. You see, everything needs to be written in Rust. Everything. And yet, funnily enough, I've heard very bad things about like the UX of Warp or something. No, what I've heard is that Warp claim to be a terminal, but actually they are an app that pretends to be a terminal. And that's what people don't like about it. Like, you know, people like the bare bone aspect of the terminal. You know, like Ghosty is a real terminal for people. But the Warp is not a real terminal, even though, yeah, they say like born as a terminal. And also, I guess, yeah, bon. Founding sponsor. Ah, of the new open source web Warp repository. Interesting. Rust must go up. Yes. Yes, that's what I've been saying on this stream. Fox on May. I'm in the process of rewriting a Python code base of mine in Rust because I have realized that since almost everything will eventually be rewritten in Rust, your duty is just to code everything in Rust from the beginning to save time, energy, and tokens for your future self and humanity at large. Voilà. That's what I realized this afternoon. And since then, I can't stop talking about Rust all the time. Even though I don't actually know how to code in Rust manually, but I know how to tell the AI to do it. So it's good. And it's actually the best language for AI coding, it turns out, because it has so many guardrails that the LLMs, has to make stuff correctly, which is so nice, which is so bad for when the humans try to write in Rust slowly. But it's great for the LLMs that have, very quick iteration loops. This is very nice. AOX, yes. Real gangsters post on Mastodon. I know, but I can't bring myself to go on Mastodon yet. I guess I would need like one person that I follow on X to actually say, I'll go to Mastodon. But nowadays, I don't have any. So I just stay on X. But I'm open to Mastodon as long as it's not about, politics. And it's about the tech. Because the Mastodon, like last time I looked into the tech behind Mastodon and like the Fediverse or whatever, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. And I would like to, try stuff like this. And I would like, I guess maybe someone made this. I don't know. I haven't searched. But when I looked at this tech, I'm like, well, it would be so cool if we could have like a open source version of Slack or Discord based on the Fediverse Mastodon like tech. I don't know the real name. But like for companies or associations or human organizations at large to just use it, instead of paying like $100,000 per year to Slack to have like 600 people. But I am there. Do you not want to follow me? Yes, I have been loving Mastodon and Lemmy for about 6 months now. Oh, nice. Matrix is what you want then. Matrix? Tell me. I'm gonna search that. And also on Mastodon, there's a lot of is Mastodon, because Mastodon is a unitary server, so you can find people on Mastodon, right? I think. Do you? No, there is servers. Wait, I'm confused now. Because the Fediverse is like the protocol or something, and Mastodon is an application of the protocol. But then there's Mastodon servers. No? I'm confused. I forgot. An open source, an open network for secure decentralized communication. Mastodon lets you use whatever instance you want. Ah, voilà, it's an instance. Ah, voilà. So you need to connect to an instance. And on the instance, the mods. So it's a bit like a subreddit in a way, right? But instead of that, the subreddit is to post, and the Mastodon instant is to. It's actually also to post, but it's to post like in a Twitter way, right? Hello Nat. Hello back Nat. But Nat, I wanted to play a video game before, but you were not there, and now I'm too tired, and it's too late. So next time. Okay, Nat? Because I've not been playing. I've not been playing video games on the stream for a while. You know. Well, you hate me, right? No, I don't hate you. I uh, I checked if you were there, and you were not there. So you know. You would play video games just because I don't have a PC right now. Ah, yes, that's right. You don't have a PC. I forgot. You still don't have a PC? Wait, I thought your. Wait. Explain. You have a lot of things to explain to me, Nat. First, how is work going? And second, your PC power supply. How did it went? What have I done to you? Why you hate me? I'm sorry, Nat. I'm sorry. It was not my intention to rub salt into your deep injuries, your deep technological injuries. I'm sorry, Nat. But please answer my questions now in a lengthy and detailed way, please. I love to play with my friends. Yes, I know. So tell me what happened to your power supply. Is your entire PC dead or not? Or was it do you have to just replace the power supply? Ah, voilà, Graphene OS, as you can see, Graphene OS has their own machine instance. Here's another example. Yeah, that's right. I mean, so an instance is a server, right? Like, or is it an account? Because if it's a server, that sucks. If it's an account, that's good. Like if I can get my feed from Graphene OS or another, you know? The at is their instance. So is the instance an account that I can subscribe to? Or is it a server that I need to connect into or whatever? That's what I'm confused about Mastodon. Is that I'm not, like it's branded as a unified thing like X or like Twitter or like Reddit, but I feel like it's a bunch of decentralized gated communities, you know? And that's a bit annoying. Or maybe I'm confused. I don't know. My job is good. I'm doing lots of things without saying that someone without this. Okay, okay. I'm doing a lot of things, and that's even without saying that someone is looking at my tits. Very nice for you, Nat. I'm sure they're beautiful. My power supply is supposed to come tomorrow. Ah, okay. Ah, so it was only the power supply. It's not the entire PC. Well, I guess, did you check if the rest of the PC is functioning? Maybe not, because to check you need the power supply. So you will have the surprise. I don't know yet. Yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah, so you will check that when the power supply arrives. And when the power supply arrives, you will see if it was just the power supply or the entire PC. Okay. So you're not out of the woods yet, maybe. It's an instance. No, the instance is a server. But you can follow whoever the fuck you want. Ah. Ah, so I can follow an instance and it will be displayed on my feed? Is that what you mean? Because if then it's cool. That's nice. Like Lina. Lina, VT Social can follow Graphene and see their feed inside their own instance, or any other instance that will allow them to log in via their own instance. VT Social. Yuri wedding? 3D Yuri wedding? What is this account? Fox main. Is it you? Why are you talking about Yuri? Is it safe for work? Can I display that on stream? No. Okay. They are reverse engineering stuff. Okay. Yeah, reverse engineering. MOC3. Very nice. Yeah, okay. So it's probably less gated than I thought. But you see, like, for example, with this message, you are leaving mastodon.social. What does that mean? Mastodon.social is the base instance, right? But everyone can have also their own instance and they can subscribe to other instances. Yeah, because I put the social at the end. Because I'm on a social instance. If I go to Mastodon social, what does that do? So Mastodon social, voilà, is one of the many independent Mastodon servers you can use to participate in the Fediverse. That's right, the Fediverse. And so one thing that confuses me is that I'm not sure what is the correct broad groups of instances. Is it the Mastodon groups of instances or is it the Fediverse group of instances? Because to me, the Fediverse, you know, like which is which? The original server of Mastodon operated by Mastodon JVM for the common good. Mastodon is the software and Fediverse is the protocol, right? Or something like this, or the technical standard, right? So for example, email servers. Think of it like email servers. You can email mycock@microsoft.com even though you are on Gmail. Okay. I see. Kind of Fediverse, just a unification of instances. Okay. So, for example, if I have my my Mastodon server, like, can I subscribe to an instance that is not from Mastodon, but that is from the Fediverse? Can I subscribe to an instance of something else than Mastodon? Yes. Okay. Okay, that's nice. Okay, that's what I was wondering. Like, how actually integrated is the Fediverse clients? Are the Fediverse clients? The Mastodon account can carry over to Lemmy. Voilà. Lemmy. Yeah. Join. Je l'ai lu. Je l'ai lu. That's Reddit in French. I read it. Je l'ai lu. Je l'ai lu. What the hell? Was this done by some French guys? That wouldn't surprise me. French people are very, very leftist, communistic, and they love open source, I'm sure. Yes, there is a French local instance. Okay. Okay, they just show me based on my localization. Okay. Yeah, je l'ai lu. Yeah, so it's basically Reddit, right? Lemmy is like Reddit. Yeah. Gauchias, very nice. It translated. Rance, bien sûr. La Rance. Like on Reddit. Citroën C15 for the win. Oh, you can display 3D models natively. I think, right? This is... Ah no, image, animated image, actually. No, this is just a GIF. Okay. Citroën C15, the peak of French cars ever made, okay? This is our peak. Nothing was made as good as... My dad actually had one, I remember. My dad had one, and he would drop me by the school, by the primary school, in his glorious C15. Of course, I appreciated the glorious car ever, you know, a lot. This is one instance with its own communities, and another, for instance, is lemmy.world. And yes, if you sub to a community forum from .world, you can see them while logged into the French one because it all syncs. Can I show it to you my website? Yes. Show me your website, Nat. Your new website? Zencan.com. Wow. Nat. Wow, you're into Buddhism now? You're into Buddhism, Nat? That's so nice. That's so nice. You're into Buddhism. Congrats. I was wondering if you did it on purpose or if you forgot. Where is Zenkan? Well, Zenkan is just here. Zenkan is the way of the Buddhist, you know? You know? It's the way of the Buddhist. I know how much you love China. Yeah, I love China. If you go to lemmy.world, take a look at the post. They are from other instances. Oh, really? Where can you see? Ah, yeah, lemmy.today. Lemmy.blahage. Blahage. That's the IKEA shark, no? Blahage, no? Blahage. Right? This thing. Right? Famous. The famous Blahage. Ah, yeah. Linux Gaming. LGBTQ1. Let me look at that real quick. Blahage Lemmy for gender diverse folk and their allies. Choose your preferred instance. Auto Alexandrite. Alexandrite! It's me? It's me. Always. Always Alexandrite. It's me. It's my name. Alexandrite. You know? Oh. Oh! Why is it bugged? Oh no. Ah, sometimes it happens. I guess it's Vivaldi. Bugging. It's visual debugging. Uh, it's been a long time. It's done that. Voilà. Very cool. Ah, voilà. Can I come over and look at you like this? Mm-hmm. Yes. If you like playing as a gun games, you should try estrogen. Very nice. Be gay, do crime. This is so true. Too horny to ignore my urges, too lazy to leave my desk or the group call. I reject my masculinity. Little trick is talking. Silence, bank balance, little treat is talking. I need to stop now. Now it's too long. Mom didn't raise a quitter, but she also didn't raise a winner. I don't know who she raised. I don't recognize myself most days. You think you're so funny and cool, huh? Well, you are. I love you. Got that girl. Yeah, I mean, it's just like Reddit, you know? It's just like Reddit. Very cool. The point of it, yeah. Very nice. Very nice. Bon. Kimi. Ah, functionally complete. Oh, motherfucker. Ah. Bon. Alors, attends. I'm going to change. Yeah, I can't change them. You did not find it neat? You could choose your own interface? Yeah. I mean, usually, I mean, yeah, why not? It's just that I'm not used to it, you know? I'm used to get served an interface and judge it. That's what I'm more used to. I'm not used to choose my interface. So I guess I am a bit, you know, I don't have an opinion. But it's not bad, you know? Ok, context compacted. Alors, I will use GPT 5.4 high and I will ask. Okay, now analyze both implementations of the Rust rewrite in both work trees and provide a structured analysis of which is of no like process analysis of them both. Voilà. Pros, cons, if they actually satisfied the Rust rewrite instructions correctly. Oh. Well. And now we wait. I didn't expect to fall in love with Rust like this. I mean, I'm not sure if I fell in love, but now the more I think about it, the more it's unmissable. Did you see the big news yesterday? No. What was the big news? The news that will make Windows gamers run through Linux finally? No. I mean, I've seen some news, but I'm not sure. What did you have in mind? Tell me, what did you have in mind? Cheat Engine has a Linux version now. Oh, that's cool. Which games are on Cheat Engines? Yes, Valorant and all these games. Like, what was the PUBG? These days I'm trying to be British, but ask for Yannouk. Yannouk, explain how Nat is British, please. These bees nearly amazing for me. What? This bee's nearly amazing for me. Yes, Nat is British now. Really? Nat, do you realize that the British are the the hereditary enemies of the French? Do you realize? Bloody hell! Fuck. Hate this phone keyboard. He abandoned France. Yes. Hello, Poggle. How are you? Bloody hell. Fuck you, bloody. Poggy? No, Poggle. Not Poggy, not. It's Poggle. Poggle. Doing good. How have you been doing, Poggle? It's been a while, no? I think it's a while I've seen you. How have you been doing? It comes with a memory, a scanner to quickly scan for variables used within a game. And allow you to change them, but it also comes with a debugger, disassembler, assembler, speed hack, trainer maker, direct 3D manipulation tool, system inspection tool, and more, which are also useful for normal programmers and software analysts. Wait. Oh, wait. So it's not a proprietary version of Cheat Engine? Oh yeah, no, Cheat Engine. Okay, I'm confusing. I'm confusing anti-cheat and cheat engine. Cheat engine is actually the thing to cheat. Yeah, so it won't change the thing. Okay, I thought you were mentioning the fact that they are finally porting kernel level anti-cheat software to Linux. Yeah, but no, I'm wrong. I'm confused. Doing good. 9 months into my job now. Ah, very nice. How is it going? Cheat engine, dude. Easy anti-cheat already works on Linux. Yeah, that's what I thought. I saw, because I like when I use our creators, they use easy anti-cheat and it works. But there's one that doesn't work on Linux, and so I think people can't play Valorant. People can play League of Legends on Linux, I think. Right? If the developers enable it, yeah. Lots of Java. Okay, nice. It's an old code. It's a legacy code base, I guess, right? Old corporate code base. Nope, not anymore. It is the same as Valorant. Oh, really? I know fintech. Okay, they made their fintech modern Java stack. Oh, okay, interesting. Okay, why did they choose Java originally for fintech startup or project? Are we anti-cheat yet? What is this? Ah. Game using anti-cheats and their compatibility with GNU Linux Wine Proton. Ah ouais, voilà, Fortnite. Fortnite. Oh, I thought that it was just like a specific software that was not compatible with Linux. But Easy Anti-Cheat is compatible with Linux. It's just that I guess the Fortnite people, the Fortnite devs never activated it for Linux. But they could. Now Vanguard, well, that's the one. I remember. Arbiter, Identity Cheat, Battle Eye, Fair Fight. Arc, Daisy, PUBG, ah voilà, Broken. Paladins, Back for Blood. Halo. Dead by Daylight. Destiny 2, Rust. War Thunder supported. Ah, even Battle Eye is supported. Genshin Impact. Running. It's running. Dragon Ball Fighter Z. Ah, yeah. I guess that's probably the main like big obstacle, right, for full Linux gaming, right? It's the anti-cheat stuff that's not like fully compatible. Legacy code base just updated to modern. Ah, okay. Okay, then I can understand the Java. If it says denied, it means the developers have chosen to not allow Linux. Ah, okay. Broken means it's not supported at all, but it's denied the developer. But if it's denied, the developers fucked you. EAC is not kernel level on Linux. Yeah, it's a more light version on Linux versus Windows. Yeah, okay. Yeah, because I guess, I mean, I've heard that Linux doesn't allow kernel level stuff because like malware can use it too, right? That's what I've heard. Running means the developers are not saying we work on Linux and it's technically a hack, but it works. Okay. Watch Dogs 2. Why would you have an anti-cheat on Watch Dogs 2? I guess for the online stuff. Were there online stuff with Watch Dogs 2? Oh yes, there was, because you could get hacked by somebody else or whatever. Yeah. I remember. Yeah, you're right. It has a multiplayer. They will need to make a native version purely for Linux, which they want to purely for 0.001% of their player base. Not worth. Yeah. But now Linux has passed above 5% of the Steam users, you know? So it's a pretty big deal. How do you say? How do you see that? Software survey. Where do I... Wait, where is the... PC hardware... Linux combined. Where? Ah voilà, OS. Oh no, it went down! Oh no! What? It went down! Oh, it was at 5% 2 months ago! What the fuck? It went down! Oh. I would like to see the real number without Steam Decks. Oh, it's 3% without Steam Decks. Nice. Yeah, but like 2 months ago, like it made the news because Linux finally passed 5% of Steam users. But it was fake. It was a fake news. What's going on? Oh. CachyOS. CachyOS for some reason is in front of Arch. And I'm sure that 2 months ago, Arch was the most prevalent in Linux distribution. So what's going on in there? How do they change these numbers like that? Like who is why? Or is it people that tried Linux because I don't know, Linus Tech Tips started to say he was going to try Linux, and so a bunch of people tried Linux and then they went back to Windows. Is that what happened? Or maybe PewDiePie? PewDiePie made a video about Linux? And so everyone switched for like a month or two, and then they went back to Windows? Is that what happened? Not sure anymore. Ah yeah, maybe it was the PewDiePie videos, right? That made people switch. Cache is the new cool thing. Yeah, I mean, Cache is Arch based, right? So it's good. I mean, for me, because I'm used to Arch stuff. But yeah, how is going the World Cup for you guys? Oh, I don't watch the World Cup. How is it for Brazil? It's going well for Brazil, right? I saw a meme about the group of Brazil where like it's only very weak nations and Brazil is like the only big where Brazil is going to crush the group, right? For France, I'm not sure. I guess it's going to get well. I guess France. Well, for me, France. I guess France will go to the quarterfinals or at least maybe they will try to win because France is the like. When did France win? Last time or the time before? I forgot already. It was 2022. So it was the last World Cup that we won, right? With Mbappe. I think. Yeah. Fun drinking many alcohols. Oh, really? Bazite. Free desktop. What the fuck is free desktop SDK? Ubuntu, Debian, Endeavor. Endeavor OS. I've actually installed Endeavor OS on my old ThinkPad, on my like 2013 T420 ThinkPad, because it's actually very lightweight. It's an Arch-based, very lightweight distro that's good for older hardware. So I put it on my T420. Bon. Maybe I could have put on Arch here. Arch. but just in case. Pop! OS, Fedora, Manjaro. Free desktop is just a placeholder when you go out of your way to run hardened Linux. Ah, okay. I just run Fedora. I might try Kashi. I mean, Fedora to me is the. I didn't know much about Fedora before I heard that Linus Torvalds uses Fedora because it's very stable, and this way he can focus on working on the kernel instead of working on the OS. This is the image of Fedora that I have in my head. It's like stable distro. Why not? Basically Red Hat testing ground. Hey, okay. I don't like Fedora due to Fedora SC. Fedora is made by Red Hat. Red Hat. It's always funny because for the longest time I didn't think about, because for the longest time I thought that like there was no big Linux company, but there is a big Linux company, and this company is Red Hat. Red Hat entire business is to provide Linux services, right, to enterprise. Like it's funny because most of the corporate environment and ecosystem and stuff is based on Windows, right? Like Microsoft Teams and Microsoft Office, and I don't know the name of their cloud. I've tried when I had a job. But Red Hat does that for Linux, no? What the fuck, dude? How do you not also know about Canonical, CentOS, Solaris? There are so many Linux-only corps. Really? I didn't know. CentOS, I've heard of it once. Canonical, Solaris, never. There are so many Linux-only corps. Every big company has their employee contribute to Linux. Linux as a concept is very corporate. Really? Linux as a concept is very corporate? No way. Really? Canonical is Ubuntu. But now I'm curious about CentOS. Community driven. Free software support robust around the Linux platform. Community driven. My company have the own Ubuntu. Over 80 or 90% of Linux kernel contribution come from developers paid by large corporations and tech companies. Okay. Interesting. So, like, for example, CentOS is made for, like, this is for enterprise soft, like, users. I'm not, yeah. Yeah, CentOS Stream defines enterprise Linux. CentOS Stream is derived from Fedora. It has a new major version release every 3 years, and each release is maintained for 5 years, matching the full support phase of RHEL. CentOS Stream development is open to all, but because CentOS Stream only has updates intended for it is maintained by the RLT. CentOS Stream can serve as the production operating system and development environment or preview of the next minor. Okay. So, canonical Ubuntu. Trusted open source. Simple, cost-effective, supported. Expand the Ubuntu philosophy to every layer of your enterprise stack. Uh-huh. Yeah, I mean, Ubuntu itself is actually made by a company, right? And Solaris. Ah, Red Hat Enterprise Linux. Ah, okay. Oracle Solaris. Trusted business platform you can count on. 20 years. Making sure to integrate features that respond to market trends while maintaining compatibility with previous versions. Our binary application guarantee allows you to run your application modern and legacy and innovative structure. Interesting. Yeah, I didn't know that. I mean, I guess I knew about Red Hat. I didn't know that there is yeah. I mean, it makes sense, huh? It's good, it's nice. France government is swapping to Linux, right? Yes, they are trying to get away from the big American corporations. So yeah, they will do their own open source suites detached from big American companies. That's the main thing. And I think yeah, they do want most of it to be open source. I think because for example, oh book. Oh yeah, that's my Hermes agent. Why does it close the Vivaldi? Ah no, it's still there. Okay. Wait a minute. My Hermes agent is analyzing my feed. Hey, what the fuck? What the fuck was that? What the hell? Now I'm curious. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What was that? It's just for the sake of, understanding what happened in my feed there for a moment. Oh, it's my following. No, it was not in my following. Why was there some ass? There was an ass. And a fairly beautiful ass. Whose ass? Whose ass was it? Hmm? Massive sunburn. Ah, that's all. We have the clip. It's just around this. Yeah, do you want it? It's always like. Did you see the photo of like the AI photo of Trump with the Nordic aliens or whatever? Maybe it's just my. Well, I kind of want it, yeah. I would like to see the original, material, but I can't see it. Can't find it. It has been. It has been. Sunburn. Wait, is it actually? Oh, it's not an ass. Okay, it's actually a shoulder. It's actually a shoulder. It's a neck. I thought this was the ass cheeks. No, it's the neck and it's the shoulders. Ah, okay. Wow. Redneck is colloquial. Voilà, redneck. Yeah, okay. It's fine. Voilà. It was not an ass. It was a shoulder. Disappointed. Oh. Hey, Petit Pois, I found the anime for you. Which anime? I think he only watches Yuri. No, no. It's just that one of the animes that I was recommended was is turns out is a good anime, but it turns out it's an ecchi or something, which means that girls love each other a bit too much, not in a sexual way, or maybe a little bit, but out of camera. You know, that's all. The anime is called the Gambling School, or but like in Japanese, it's not the actual title, but something like this. What is the anime? Special report. Wait, you're firing me, the one handling all the company systems single-handedly. TV animation confirmed. Wow. That's the name of the anime? Like this is the title of the anime, right? The Japanese anime always have these weird titles, right? So this is the title of the anime, right? Wait, you're firing me, the one handling all the company systems single-handedly, right? Yes. This is amazing. I'm going to watch it, yeah. For sure. It's a girl. Is it a girl or is it an Astolfo grade guy? Hmm? I'm wondering. I'm just wondering. You know, I just like truth. I'm an inquirer. I'm just an inquirer. You know, in reality. That's all. So it's in English version is fired, but I maintain all the software. This is amazing. How can they do an anime with this? Well, I guess I will be on the lookout. I will be on the lookout for this one. Oh yeah, wait. What did the GPT say about? Hmm? Findings. The GPT work tree does not satisfy the core migration contract. The brief explicitly says to keep Python in tree and not replace packaging during migration, but this work tree has already deleted the pipe project in its working tree while its doc CI present the repo as Rust only. Medium. The Kimi work tree is not full behavioral priority yet because add task in the TTY series. No. This is at least explicitly documented. Medium. Neither work tree shows the dedicated Python a golden artifact fixture set for in phase 0 of the brief. Kimi partially compensate with a real Rust parity harness. Ah. GPT does not have an equivalent. Okay. If the question is which one is better, the answer is Kimi. Really? What the hell? The GPT reads write is a plausible Rust cutover and an interactive editor work is better, but it is not compliant with the migration instructions because it removed the Python app and its Oracle test too early. The Kimi rewrite is the only one that follows the intended migration shape. Parallel Rust crate, Python preserved, broader validation and explicit documentation of the one known parity gap. If you want one path forward, use the Kimi worktree as the base and transplant GPT's interactive task prompt approach into it. Wow. Okay, so actually I thought that Kimi did a bad job, but actually no, he did a better job. Interesting. So the Chinese models are not that bad. What would you need to do to fix each of the work trees? Which work tree is better to go on and finish the correct Rust rewrite according to the instructions here? Describe only. Okay, last answer, then I would leave. GPT worktree. To make it compliant, the main job is undoing the premature cutover. No. So the Kimi worktree is the better. We continue from reason. It follows the rewrite instruction structurally. It keeps the Python implementation in tree, keeps packaging intact, as the Rust crates in parallel. Preserves the Oracle test and has stronger evidence of behavioral parity. GPT has useful implementation ideas, especially the interactive editor approach. It would require backing out major repo level mistakes before it can be considered the correct rewrite according to instructions. Okay, well, I guess I will try to. I guess I will try to go. Okay, can you merge? Like, can you commit inside the Kimi work tree? Wait, so let me just check something. GPT. Ah, yeah, so it just saved the pie. Yeah, which is good, I guess. Yeah, so I guess at the last second we will replace. Ah, yeah, so Kimi actually, my boy Kimi 2.7 actually did a good job. It's just that it stopped its job earlier than 5.4 mini. So I thought that it was a worst model. But actually did a better job. Interesting. Stare. Yes. So maybe Kimi 2.7 is not that bad. Maybe it doesn't want to finish its work, but the work it does do is good. Alors, commit inside the Kimi work tree all the changes done here, then merge into the main branch and to like go from here or from there cleanly. Have you played around PewDiePie Odysseus? No. No, I haven't even watched the video. I should, I know. I should check this. 70k stars, of course. Odysseus self-hosted AI workplace. Oh, search new chat email tools. Yes, now I commit with GPT keys. Self-hosted version of the UI experience you get from ChatGPT and Claude with more jank and fun running your own hardware, your own data, because you. I mean, so the main thing that interests me here is the emails, like a calendar. That's something that we don't see in the other chat interfaces. Like, for this deep research, library, brain, notes, task, themes. I mean, yeah, why not? Email. I need to watch the video. See the demos, they are folded up. And what I like about this is the doc is actually pretty okay. I feel like AGPL. AGPL. Come on. PewDiePie. AGPL. Oh. My boy has he's put his open source software under AGPL. It's his choice. It's his copyright rights, right? Bon, I guess it's meant to be used by end users, right? So I can understand, but yeah. I would not have chosen this license. That's all. Committed the keyword tree as no address rewrite. No. Okay. Okay. Why is the merge indicated before the actual merge? Committed with message, then fast forward merge the commit into main. Fast forward merged. Main now points to and is ahead. The key branch points to the same commit. The repo is clean except for interact. One merge blocker has an interact cross simply different from the key branch. We merge copy to petit tmp. Not run the full text match with so it was validated. Okay, bon, I will do that tomorrow, I guess. I will do that tomorrow. Up. How does that look? How does that look on GitHub? How does that look? Ah. Oh, he put subreadmes or something? No. No, I know. Demo. Ah, yeah, fold. Okay, sorry. Fold it like this, yeah, okay. Ah, yeah, okay. Very nice. Yeah? I mean, why not? I guess I would check it out. I would check it out at some point. If research. Just in case there's some nice tidbits. Well, the one thing that's good about this is that because PewDiePie is such a big figure, I'm sure it will be maintained for at least a few years by people. Yeah, 200 contributors already. So yeah. So now PewDiePie has to manage all the. PewDiePie is like he was not technical. Now he's just a software engineer now. PewDiePie is just a software engineer now. It's good now what AI can do to people. It's nice. Now, now that everyone is a software engineer, nobody is, except the people who. I mean, no, no, I guess. I don't know. What did I say? I'm too tired to talk like this. Yep. Very cool. I will now leave because I'm a bit tired. Yeah. How many stars on my repo? PewDiePie has 70K, but I have 158, okay? I'm kind of a big deal too. I'm kind of a big deal too now, okay? Almost there. Almost there, okay? Almost there with the twerking Among Us, okay? Twerking Among Us, 158 stars, okay? Hey, this is the one day I can flex, so I'm flexing. I'm flexing that twerking Among Us, And look, I also have a video tutorial. Very cool. Voila. That's all. See you everyone. Have a good night. Have a good weekend. Have a good life. Have a good Sunday. Have a good everyone. Everything. Have a good everything. Have a good June. Have a good birthday, New Year. Happy Valentine's. Happy Easter. Merry Christmas. Happy Halloween. Voilà. See you, Yannick. See you, Nat. See you, Fox on Main. See you. Anybody else that might be there? Goodbye. Goodbye. Le boomer, il dit debout, in the chat. Oh my god. Bye bye.